Hello and welcome, folks. How are you doing? Another day, another stream, and we're back with Megalomorpha tonight. So, hope you like big bugs. Because we're doing a big fly tonight. So yeah, welcome everybody. Who is here? Sora and Sean and Stephanie and Aqua and Jonna and Blue Blazes. Who else? Who else? Did I miss anyone? Rose, Space Babe, Anna. Hello, folks. It is bug time, indeed. I just had a huge plate of. I'm home alone tonight, so I made myself just dinner for myself, and I made myself a huge plate of fish in the oven with baked potatoes, and it was delicious. But I'm like super full right now because I like just had dinner before starting. It was delicious though, very tasty. So that is my excuse for being late tonight. But I guess we're starting late each of these days, so it's fine. It's not that different tonight. Real island boy things, yeah. Wearing something that isn't a solid color. Yeah, most of my t-shirts are just solid black or solid white, and it's what I usually wear for streaming. It's not like I have a streaming wardrobe. Did I catch a fish myself? Yes, with my own 2 hands in the supermarket. So yeah, it was very good. It was a, how do you call it? A hake. Hake? Do you pronounce it hake? Well, I don't know. To me it feels like English-speaking people don't really distinguish between fishes, which is strange. But it's una merluza in Spanish. So yeah, welcome folks. Blue Jay, I assume you pronounce it like that. Blankety Blank and Deus Hunter. Welcome folks. Thank you for the follows. Time to fill a building with giant flies. It's just gonna be the one, just one fly, but really big. So should be good enough. You pronounce the H? Hake. Did I not pronounce it? Well, there you go. Do distinguish between fish. Guess it might be the British then? I don't know. It's like the only fish name I know is like cod, maybe? I had to look it up. I had to look up what merluza was called. But to me it feels like a lot of at least British people. I don't know Americans, and it might depend on the area for Americans and how close they are to the sea. They don't eat a lot of fish. They just kind of see it all as fish. They don't like distinguish between like maybe salmon or cod or like some specific ones maybe. There's only red fish, blue fish, green fish, and 2 fish, exactly. Hey, Rounder. Unless specifying species, fish is just fish. When it's on the plate, it's just fish. It's weird. To me, it feels weird to say like, oh, I just had fish. It's like saying I had meat. Yeah, sure. Like that. That's a whole category of food, right? There's a bunch of different types of meat. Definitely distinguish in Canada with heaps of fish, at least on the coasts. Okay, so it's different in Canada, from what I know at least. Of course, this is my very, very limited experience of people I've met. There's a huge different taste between freshwater fish, saltwater fish. Yeah. Essentially like white fish and blue fish, right? The texture is incredibly different in the taste. Yes, Rounder, Megalomorpha today. Okay, so we are still working on this 10-day challenge, but since I get to decide whatever the hell I want to make, I chose to the prompt list here. So for my own prompt list, I decided to put Megalomorpha in there twice. I kind of made the prompt list not only to be interesting by itself, which I hope it is, but also to be stuff I wanted to make, right? So I wanted to make Megalomorpha twice, so I put historical and ritual, which both refer to the two parts of Megalomorpha that I wanted to make. Also, we got a lot of new stream things that you might notice in the... Well, I added some stuff, some background stuff that you won't be able to see, but there is a point reward called Toggle the Camera Selection that will remove or reactivate this little marching ants around the camera. I'll let you guys control that. I will let you guys fight over the marching ants. There is also now an alert for googly eyes. I'm just gonna do a test one so you guys see. I just put a googly eye and a funny sound. Like that's it. It just does a little with reverb. It's cute. I don't know. Hope it works well. Hope the sound goes through too. More lore morpha, exactly. Mosquitoes remind us that we're not as high up in the food chain as we think. I like that. New glasses came in today so I can watch the stream without straining. Hell yeah. I'm glad you're more comfortable with it now. Finished my dinner. I hope everyone enjoyed Terry's absolute dumpy. Yeah. Let me show the stream because that's great. So RGV made some Terry memes and they're very funny. Since we were talking about Terry having massive cheeks in their backside, which we could never see, RGV took it like. Took the joke all the way and just literally made it. Everyone is so mean to me. And there's a few other versions. This one. And where's the other? They're very good. Thank you so much, RGV. They're very, very good. You can find them in the Discord, I think in the meme chamber section of the Discord. Just go in there and you can have them for yourself. Go to the Discord, by the way, if you're not there already. They're very, very good. I love. We have some very, very good Terry memes coming out over the past few days. We have this one made by the C4. I don't know if you're here, C4. Terry the Meat Planet. It's great, and the drawing style is perfect. And what else do we have? We have this one from a few days ago too. What else? Oh, we got this thing Faya, this horrifying monstrosity that Faya made yesterday. With the AI generated Terry, the meatball, the charred meatball. Back from a 3-day convention. No tired right now? Hell yeah. I shall make more memes till the end of time. Hell yeah. We love the memes. I know there's artists that like don't really like that. Don't really like people making like versions of their art or this kind of thing. I love it. I think it's fun to, you know, engage with it in that way. As long as it's not like editing Among Us on top of every time I do the Fresno night callers, which seems to happen every single time. Like, if the joke has been done that much, it's not funny anymore, but I do appreciate the general idea of people making memes. Can someone calculate how many calories Terry has? I think someone on the Discord already made that version of the meme. Let me see. Dinkle Bob in the stream made it. I don't know where she got these numbers, but I don't know. There might be some calculation behind it for all I know. Yeah, you gotta cook Terry if you want to eat some of it. Is Terry healthy? Probably not. It's space meat. Probably full of radiation and stuff. Not to mention the Terry parasites. I don't think we have mentioned that. It's not on the official lore, but Terry is full of parasites. If you were to jump into it and explore it. Let's see. In case you missed Terry, let me just show you. It's here. There we go. Okay, so the original Terry here did back in November. A new dwarf planet has been discovered in our solar neighborhood. It has been given the provisional name Shipetotek. It has gone unnoticed due to its small size and complex orbits, but it recently passed close enough for this first image to be captured. Also, Super Meat Boy music in the background. Perfect. So I kind of, since I did that first one with, you know, kind of like a newspaper article vibe about, oh, a new planet was discovered in a solar neighborhood, with us, you know, those kind of expressions that feel like a headline of some kind. I continued that tone, and I'm going to continue it throughout because I think it's a fun tone to, you know, like, it's happening in the moment, quote unquote. It's something that's happening right now, so I think it's fun to format it in this newspaper tone. The newly discovered dwarf planet Shipetotek has completed an unexpectedly close orbit of the Earth, grazing its Roche radius. Tidal waves are expected in the coming days. Authorities are warning not to approach the falling debris that was torn from the planet by Earth's gravity. Words. English, am I right? So, there we go. That's what we did yesterday. We did a double feature. That was fun. Terry sites, yes. Also, there are invisible stream things. So today is one of those sleep disorder days when I've barely slept. I either sleep. I kind of work on a 2-day cycle when I'm on an unstable cycle in my sleep schedule. I work on a 2-day cycle where one day I sleep like 14 hours and the next day I sleep 3 hours. It just kind of balances out over time. Like if you average those two over the 2 days, it's still a normal amount of time to sleep, but it's not healthy. It's a sleep disorder. I can't really help it. So since today I had a lot of free time on my hands, I did a lot of stream stuff, just background stuff, even to the point where you know how it's kind of the fault of this table and the stand that my desk and my screen is on top of. You guys might have noticed that since I moved here, things were slightly wobbly. Every time I like drew something or I moved around a bit, the table got a little bit wobbly. I figured I put a little stopper on the screen that makes it like kind of stops it from wobbling, and it's made it much better. So hopefully there won't be as much camera wobble. Like it's supposed to be wobbling right now, and I don't think it is. So spaceship with a payload consistent almost entirely of anti-helmintics. I don't know if that's how you pronounce it, but Gordon Ramsay landing on the surface of Terry. My god, what is this shite? Look at this. It's fucking raw. Is that a ringworm? I love it. Terry is a non-binary icon. But yeah, that's what we did yesterday. People seem to like the tone of the general tone of the series and where it's going. So a lot of jokes about eating the space meat, and which was expected. If Terry expels the parasites, I don't think Terry is interested in expelling the parasites, because it's part of its, it's a closed loop system. Terry, pretty much closed loop. It only eats like asteroids and releases matter to just change its own orbits and move around the solar system or between solar systems. So every parasite that lives on it will eventually die and get reabsorbed into Terry. So Terry don't care, as long as, there's ecosystems and stuff on it. But as long as it feeds back into the loop, it's fine. Doesn't matter much to Terry. Finally finished my From the Stars thing. Hell yeah. Feel free to link it. I want to see it. Terry is a whole world. And yeah, then we did the Terry lings here. Little meat chunks that fell from Terry, kind of charred from the atmosphere entry. And they have little eyes. And they were made mostly by an AI, so this is a combination. Each of these is a combination of several images generated by DALL-E 2, except for the eye, which wasn't. Everything in Terry must be strong as hell to survive the shifts in orbits. Probably, yeah. It's not a planet with a lot of gravity, though, so I don't know if it's like super hard to live on it. It's a very small planet. Imagine like moon gravity. That's what you'd get on Terry. Can't believe that thing is really called the Very Large Array. The Very Large Array, I love that. Satellite dish 17, suddenly began receiving abnormal signals. See, using the word abnormal is what marks you as the SCP guy. Oh, nice. I like it. Good job. You've been exposed. I caught you. You're the SCP guy. Okay, so just a show of hands here. Anyone doesn't really know what Megalomorpha is? I guess I'll just do a quick run through for, anyone in chat that might not really be familiar with Megalomorpha. First off, I will put a link in the chat. For those that already know, I know I explain it all the time, but gotta keep everyone in the same page. Put the browser here. Okay, so Megalomorpha is my longest running series. The very first part of Megalomorpha was the first ever thing I did in horror. Each of these, if you go to this little page here, which I linked in the chat, you can click around, and each of them is a little story, kind of self-contained, that... let me move this. A little self-contained story that also is a little piece of a puzzle, a piece of the lore puzzle, so to speak. I recommend reading from the bottom, kind of make your way to the top like this, kind of read them in chronological order. The new ones are here. In reality, you can kind of read them in any order. It's not that important. So just feel free to read it in whatever way you want. You can also find them on Twitter in this event, which also has them in a kind of pre-planned order that will more or less like bring you through the lore a little bit smoother. So you can see all the stories there. You can click on each of them and it'll be a thread. So yeah, give them a look. The latest part we did is this one here. It's called, well, it's about a thing called Tio Alfredo by its own family. Can I be an SCP guy? You can if you try your best. Can't stay for long. Have to save battery. Okay, lads. Thank you so much for coming. See you on the next one, I hope. Okay, so last one we did was all about this enormous mosquito that lives with a family, and they call him Tio Alfredo, and they treat him as a member of the family. It's really brainwashed them to act as walking blood bags for it. So yeah, they've just been brainwashed by it through generations. In this case, we're gonna do something similar to it, except instead of being a family, it's a whole community, and instead of being generations, it's an uncertain amount of time that is probably in the centuries. Croqueta Ninja, I assume that's Spanish. Welcome. And Slacker, welcome. Thank you guys for the follows. You're currently writing your first SCP. Nice. Good luck with it. Can you hook me up with some blood, dog? So the next part of Megalomorpha is going to be all about this community in modern day Iran that is kind of isolated up out in the mountains, and throughout possibly centuries has developed like their own specific like culture and religion. It's kind of based on Zoroastrianism, but a bit different. They kind of revere death, and while the Zoroastrians specifically bury their dead as far away from people as possible, because to them they are like contaminated, so you can't really touch the dead. It's the person that works in the cemetery, and the cemetery, the Dakmau Tower of Silence is, according to some stories, the gravedigger used to not be able to leave this kind of open air cemetery because they were so contaminated, so they were like stuck there for life essentially. Lots of stories about that, but this specific group, instead of like they have kind of switched around from this kind of being repulsed of death and seeing death as being contaminated through a fly megalomorpha that has kind of washed their brain. They're brainwashed them over generations. They have come to like celebrate and revere death and kind of like flip the tenets of Zoroastrianism upside down. Is it going to be modern day? I don't know exactly what day it's going to be. I don't know. It'll depend on the pictures we find. Hey Squid. Welcome. It is book time indeed. So yeah, I've had a lot of help here from Faranesque on Twitter. I'm going to link to their Twitter. Go give them a follow. They're fantastic artists. Like, it's very, very cool. And so they're from Iran, and I ran away from that big bug. They're from Iran, so they've been able to help me out with the cultural stuff about Zoroastrianism, and they know a lot about the subject, so it's fantastic. It kind of was a very cool coincidence to come across them thanks to this cursed footage challenge. And they sent me a really cool document with a bunch of information about Zoroastrianism and sky burials, and I've learned a lot through it. So we're gonna be referencing this throughout the stream. What we're gonna do, like the base of this story, the base of this edit, is the Dakme, which is also called the Tower of Silence. It's a type of burial rite that is done still a little bit to this day in some areas, though it's like way more uncommon nowadays. It's a type of burial rite where they would create this kind of closed, like essentially this kind of structure up, usually up in hills or up in mountains, that was usually only accessible through a ladder. and it's this kind of like open tower to prevent the entrance of things like dogs and scavengers, and only allow vultures to enter. So they would bury their dead by placing them in concentric circles in the center of this tower, and sometimes even weighing down the bones so that the scavengers, the vultures and stuff, wouldn't pick up the bones and throw them somewhere else, because that would kind of like, you know, they kind of wanted to contain the contamination of the dead in this circle, and they didn't want it to spread outwards. So yeah, they did all they could to essentially avoid any of the bones or anything from the dead person to get outside of the circle here. They would eventually, when the bones were picked clean, they would throw them in a pit in the center, and from time to time they would burn it. So they would do all they can to just get rid of all the dead matter. I've been fascinated with this for decades. Nice. Long time, Ryan. Welcome. Thank you for the follow. So yeah, we're gonna be using this. Obviously, it's, you know, I like to do stuff with ancient cultures and stuff. Zoroastrianism is super interesting as a religion, as a culture, but it is obviously something that is still done, like still practiced to this day. There are still Zoroastrian communities, though those burial rites have changed. Not a lot of people. It's very rare for people to do sky burials like this nowadays. In a big part because the vulture population has gone down so much that there's not enough vultures to scavenge, to you know, eat those bodies, and they just kind of rot there, and they can bring disease and stuff. So yeah, it kind of becomes a liability or even a hazard. So it's not a thing that's practiced anymore, but you can still see the old towers of silence peppered across mostly through Iran, also in parts of India nowadays. So yeah, to the point where the whole area is tiled in stone, so the dead don't touch the earth. Like, that's how much they care about that contamination not reaching the like anyone else. Just kind of wanted to keep it self-contained. So here's a very fun thing. The main cause of this unholiness is attributed to Nasu, a demon who infects the body after death and spreads to everything it touches. She only leaves after a specific kind of dog sees the body, while a priest reads him passages, or when a vulture starts feeding on it. After that, Nasu leaves the body in the form of a fly, specifically a blowfly. How specific is that? We literally want to make a story about a fly megalomorpha kind of eating the dead, like the corpses of this community. And we literally have a specific mythological demon that does that. So the idea is that this community that practices Zoroastrianism, probably hundreds of years ago, comes across suddenly, and their Tower of Silence, or their Dakma, this huge megalomorpha arrives, this huge fly thing, and of course they think this must be Nasu, the demon that feeds on the corpses, this demon of unholiness, of impurity. But eventually, through, you know, the megalomorpha brainwashing them slowly over time, and probably brainwashing the priest first of all, and then the priest kind of preaching the word of the megalomorpha to the rest. Eventually, the community kind of switches around and starts kind of revering what they initially thought of as a demon, and and revealing and kind of switching sides to seeing death as this unholy, like unclean thing, to the other way around, kind of reviewing it. You found a description to us at the end of the doc? Oh, you must mean the online version of it. Hold on, because I just downloaded it. Let me check real quick. Also, Farron, thank you so much for your help. Like, that's actually been super, super helpful. I was literally thinking of tweeting out, hey, anyone that follows me is from Iran and familiar with Zoroastrianism, and literally you popped up before I could even do that, which is fantastic. Oh, perfect. Let me copy this. Let me copy this here. Okay, so Nasu, the Pahlavi vid. Oh, I'm not even gonna try to pronounce that. Also described Nasu's rushing from the north into a corpse in the form of a repelling fly, with knees crooked, with projecting buttocks, having an unlimited phlegm. Phlegm? Is that how you pronounce it? Like the most sinful, the most polluted evil animal. Nasus is repulsed and exorcised by exposing the corpse to the gaze of a dog, or according to some, a bird. Very cool. Hello, Little. So that's fantastic. Yeah, I love the idea of the crooked knees. Repelling fly with knees crooked, projecting buttocks. I don't really know how that works. Like, where is the fly's buttocks? I assume it means the abdomen, kind of like a projecting abdomen. Like it just has a very long body or something like that. But to me, it says projecting buttocks, and my thought is this giant fly monster, double cheeked up on a Sunday night. Throwing back. But it's probably not what they meant. So really love this idea of using the mythological demon of Nasu to kind of as a reference, and to tie it to a real world culture, even though we can turn it around. What I don't want to do is make these guys into like, oh, these are just Zoroastrians, and that's, you know, and then just make up some beliefs that they don't have, and represent them as these like bug worshipping people, because it's like people actually practice this religion in real life. So obviously I don't want to do that. So the idea here is to specifically mark them as this kind of outcasts from the religion. Kind of like, oh, you know, Christianity has Satanism as a sort of like opposite to itself. We kind of do that. Like they just switch to the other side of they switch to the evil side of the religion, essentially. If that makes sense, because they were brainwashed and hypnotized by a megalomorph, of course. I didn't add Terry to the cursed footage section of the website. Oh, I forgot. Yeah, I forget because I got to update them every day. But I did add a specific Terry section. Before it was in the Irremember. It was just like part of this longer thing. Now it just added one single thing for with both posts about Terry in the same place in the website, so it's nice and clean. Clap of the fly's ass cheeks keeps waking up the dead. The fly's got a dumpy. Hypnotize the community with the dumpy. Love to see there's something Brazil related someday. Brazilian tree hopper. Oh, there's some fantastic, there's some beautiful bugs in Brazil. Tree hoppers are not really something we can do in Megalomorpha because they don't do full metamorphosis. They just do partial metamorphosis. Anyway, first thing first, we're gonna look for pictures. Let me real quick get some I had on the list, because I had some both older and newer photos of Towers of Silence or Dakmas, and I just gotta find them. And then I got some pictures of just straight up towers, which might also work if we cut them down a little bit. Or at the end of the day, it's supposed to be this, you know, offshoot of Zoroastrianism. Like we can kind of fudge it a little bit and do another type of tower, like a taller tower, because if they put more importance into the death rites, and it's not just this place to keep the uncleanliness away. It can be like a prettier looking tower. I don't know. But let me hop into the browser here. Open a few of the towers that I had seen in the past. I have a few from India. One from Bombay. Like, they might still work. They're Tower of Silence. Like, it's what we need. Okay. There they are. Okay, so got a bunch of towers from different places. This is a very, I don't even know if it's a drawing or if it's just a very low quality picture. So it's not very good. Here we have a clearer Tower of Silence. Again, it's in Bombay. All the ones I could find pretty much are in India. Val, I'm trying to fly around, but I'm dummy thick and the clap of my ass cheek keeps brainwashing the townspeople. Okay, so we got this one. Again, not an amazing picture quality-wise. I don't know what size it'll be. It's not great. Then we got... Oh, what's going on here? Oh, there we go. We got this one, which is a stereograph, and we can see it in the background. Again, it's in India. Then we got this one. This one is usable. It only has some rights reserved, just attribution, but it's perfectly usable. It's obviously a modern photo. It even has power lines, but we can see like up in the mountain here. So I like that view. We could crop it to something a bit smaller, remove the people, remove the power lines, and just grain it up to the classic things to make it look a little bit older. I don't know if there are any others of the Acma. I don't think there are. Then this is just a cool tower, completely different type of tower. It's, don't know where it is. I guess Catalan, so in Catalunya. Let's see, what else do we have? And this Maiden's Tower, I just thought this tower looked cool. I'm not gonna use it, but I saved it because I thought it looked cool. But let's look for towers. I thought I had saved a few more. Might have them here. Let me give it a quick check on my other screen. Doesn't look like I saved. Nope. Silly me. Okay, so let's try to find old towers of different styles, see if there's anything that could fit. Eyeless Joey, thank you for the follow. What is this? Devil's Tower National Monument. Whoa. This is a place called Devil's Tower? That's very cool. Okay, so I'd like to do something where a tower that feels very old. Something made of stone, kind of rough. Looks like it's been standing for a long time. Yosemite, that's where it is. It's very cool. I mean, we could also go entirely ruined. Oh, this one's cool. It's drawing, but cool design. Really cool movie based around the Devil's Tower. Nice. Here it is again. It's really imposing for sure. I love the textures on it too. Feels like it would just jut out of the ground. What could this be? This one's cool. Whatever it is. Again, I think that's the same one. Or it might not be, I'm not sure. It definitely looks similar though. Yeah, it probably is. So what I wanted to do for today's photo, we'll see what do we have time for. Again, since this is for Megalomorpha, it's not something I'm going to post tomorrow, kind of in time with the rest. I just want to like get it done today, and then eventually when we do more, we'll post those, and we'll kind of post it at its own pace, since I like to, you know, take my time with Megalomorpha. And I got 2 parts of Megalomorpha in the works currently, so this one will probably be the second one to come out. Depends on some timing, because the other part like this part with the artist that I worked on the other day, I'm collabing for that one. I'm not doing it alone, so that'll depend on the timing for the collab, so we'll see. I'd like to focus on this one first, kind of get it done first, but today we'll kind of like jump ahead to the next part of Megalomorpha. Kind of working on 2 at once for the first time ever. Out here trying to find old towers. What if I look for tower in Iran? Let's see what they got. That is not Iran. Come on. What is this? The porcelain tower. Oh. I love the story of giant ant in a circus. Thank you. That was a fun one. Kind of short and sweet, but I Like to do them short and sweet sometimes. Okay, that's Kashan. Tehran, okay, gotcha. That's why it looked very big. Oh, there's definitely an old collection, which I think it's where we could find this kind of thing, or at least a base picture to put the tower on. Just find old collections of, you know, people traveling through what is modern day Iran and taking photos as kind of travel photography. Ooh, this was beautiful. It's a minaret? I don't know how to pronounce it in English. But that's beautiful. Look at the patterns on it. I feel like if we kind of trick the perspective and make him, like make it this much thicker and a bit shorter, it could be our tower. It looks fantastic. Dove coats? Real cool looking. What's a dove coat? If I'm pronouncing that right. Ah, like those pigeon structures. Yeah. Also, I really like the idea of this tower like jutting out. It's really cool. Mosque of 40 columns. Ooh. This is it. Like that totally rocks. What is its tower? Tower of Talk. Oh, hold on. The city of Ray, Iran. That's what it looks like modern day. It's been reconstructed. Where is it? I lost my image. Here. Damn. That's the glow up for sure. Talk about a glow up. This looks like, you know, it's in the middle of the desert and then suddenly, boom, it's a little garden. 12th century monument. It's a tomb of Seljuk ruler in 1063. It was capped by a conical dome which collapsed during an earthquake, making it that, you know, flat on top. It's great. I love this. Here's something that might look, yeah, it looks similar. That it is what this might have looked like in the past. That's cool as well. Let's see, the Met Museum has this. Great, the Met Museum has some very high quality pictures. Yeah, that's the Met Museum again. I want to see like other versions of this image. Yes, it's all the Met. There's a thing about, you know, using what is like more Islamic architecture for what's supposed to be Zoroastrian-ish temple. I don't know. I honestly don't know what if Zoroastrian temples have a different type of architecture, or if it kind of blend it together at some point. Let's look it up. Let's see, this is a modern one. I mean, they definitely have like very specific symbology that we could incorporate somehow. Fire Temple. Whoa, this is cool. Fire Temple of Isfahan. Oh, this is dope as well. And it, you know, it has the vibe of being on top of a hill. So let's look that up and see what we can, how we can get in terms of usage rights. Oh, did they cover it like this? Looks completely different now. Well, it might have looked like this originally, I guess, but before it wore down. I love the idea of a fire temple too. Desecrating a holy place with the dead? With the dead on brand for Nasu. Yeah, maybe something that used to be a temple and kind of got taken over after the bug arrived, and it just kind of got there, sat there, and now it's its home. Let's see if there's Fire Temple. I want to see if this gives us more pictures. Lots of them are going to be about temples on fire, which is not what we're looking for. Cool picture, but like 3 pixels. That's temples in India. Very cool though, but not what we're looking for. Nina the Cutie, thank you so much for the follow. Oh my god, we are less than 100 away from 4,000 followers. That's crazy. We're 80 followers away. Wasn't it like just a couple months ago that we got to 3,000? I don't recall. When was it? We did a sacrifice. It was, yeah, like three months ago or something like that. 4 months ago. That's insane. Okay, it seems like Fire Temple is giving me mostly Indian temples. Whoa. Badass. That's a dope statue. I wish I could have seen it without, you know, with its original paint. Anyway, fire temples, no luck here. My favorites so far are this, because it just looks cool and old and like it's been there for centuries. And it's kind of in the middle of the desert too. It's, whoa, no, that is, copy the text, not the link. There we go. Whoa, it's incredibly old. 1840s? You're kidding me. This is like Early days of photography. It's a silver print. Albumin silver print. We don't know exactly when it's from, but 1840s to 60s. Looks like a churro, a little bit. Dr. Messick, thank you so much for the follow. And oh, the print is very good too. Should we set this story in the 1840s? You know, you get a... Who could it be? Like, I guess some British explorer or something like that? Or Italian, okay. I like this. So an Italian photographer that's traveling the world. Early days of photography. Just trying to capture things in photos. And through his travels, he just kind of takes a wrong turn and stumbles upon this isolated community in what's it's today Iran. Okay, Iran in the 1840s. What's modern day Iran? What would that be politically? I have no idea. I'll have to look it up. Okay, so let me download this. Oh, there is Islamic text here that we'll have to remove to make it more Zoroastrian-ish. Qajar? Whoa, that's something completely new to me. Qajar dynasty, yeah. Ruling Iran from 1789 to 1925. Okay, so it's Qajar Iran. It's still Iran in name. But very like dynastic. That's a long ass flag. These guys straight up said, let me make the longest flag of them all. Showed up to the flag measuring competition, like. That's cool. I love like strange flags from history. I had never seen that one. Look at the Zoroastrian family. The hats are fantastic. I love them. Cossack Brigade. Just love looking at the pictures. My brain is very image focused. Lost a lot of Iran integral areas to the Russian Empire over the course of the 19th century. Okay, this could be perfect. What we could do if we find another angle of the same tower, which I think we had some actually. Maybe not the same one, but a very similar tower that from a distance will be indistinguishable. We could have this sit at the top of a hill, so we have like a first approach photo of just looking up at the tower on top of the hill from the distance, and then a close-up of we just, you know, we got close to it. So this could work there. It's also from the Met Museum, so I'm gonna assume it is the same photographer, same time, etc. Also, shout outs to the Met Museum. They have beautiful photos of all their collection, and they're all in the public domain. Also, look, here's a guy. I hadn't seen that. Let me download that. I wonder if there's more, because this Luigi Pesce? Seems like this Luigi did a big old tour of modern Iran and took a lot of pictures, which seems really useful. Because the idea, I mean, with Photoshop in general, if you combine images that are already similar to each other, you can do a great deal. So it seems like the whole collection is here, which is fantastic. So we have Persepolis. I like this one. Not necessarily because of the columns, but because we have like a hill in the background, and we could have the tower be here, you know? On the top of that little hill. Let's see, we'll change the music. So it would also be fun to take an image of like the town itself, if we can find something from a very small town, because this is like a large city. Old Persian in cuneiform, wow. That's cool. Anyone here knows cuneiform? Can translate it for me, please? I want to see. I want to know what it says. Yo, another tower. Oh, we could incorporate that totally. Maybe mix the two towers together. You had cuneiform? do you by chance? Do you perchance know cuneiform? Wow, look at the cemetery. It feels weird because we're used to the headstones being like forward, like up, looking up instead of on the ground. Can't translate, but God, I want to learn how. Well, if you ever do, just send me a message and we'll translate that tablet. You have to know Persian and cuneiform, so good luck. Really blown out picture here, but it's interesting. We got people here with the hats. I don't know if they might be Zoroastrian or not, but it's interesting for sure. Like maybe as a little background thing, as we explain, oh, this little community, isolated community, and you have this picture of it where you can barely see anything. Version might be harder. Here's the tower, full mosque. Here's a cool coincidence. The word mosque really sounds like the word mosca in Spanish, which is fly. So again, everything is connected to flies. Yeah, I love the sepia tone in these. It's like very, very early photography. What is this? Departure for the hunt. Tomb of Can of Kiva. What's this? The back of the photo? Yeah. Départ pour la chasse. French. So this Luigi Pesci apparently wrote in French. Kind of doubting that it might be this Italian guy now. Who knows what language that even is in cuneiform? It's a wild card because of how ancient it is. According to the text, it says Persian in cuneiform. So okay, I like this hill here, and having the tower on top might be cool. I mean, it's more of a mountain than a hill at this point. It's very large, but having all the people here below doesn't mesh as well. I would prefer it to be empty, you know? Like you're just in this very, very empty area, away from everything. Okay, and that's the whole collection. They also have this cool minaret. Yeah, minaret. I really love these patterns, but I feel like maybe they don't fit the Zoroastrian themes. I feel like those kind of geometric patterns fit more with the Islamic world. So we have two towers here, and the other one somewhere else here. We got some background photos. I think we can go into Photoshop. Start seeing what we do with them. How we slap them together. Oh, I didn't download one of them. Hold on. Didn't download the one with this one with the columns. Hey Adam, how are you doing? We're finding background pictures from Iran. Gonna put them together. So say bye to the mosquito here. That was just to do the presentation. What do we have? We have these. We have these three. There we go. And that. Where's my pen? I lost my pen. I must have been playing around with it. There it is. I found it. Okay, so we got towers, we got mountains. You think Duolingo has Persian? Cuneiform version? Still working your entry for infection. Ooh, what you gonna do? You're doing all of them about Nessie, right? Did you have an idea for infection? Pen was located. Target acquired. Okay, so since all the pictures are the same ratio here, we'll be cutting them down to that size. I don't usually mind following a very specific ratio with Mangalmorpha. Kind of go picture-to-picture basis. I wonder what's the best one for... Oh, this one's a bit longer actually. Yeah, I wonder which one's better. In terms of, you know, mountain with the tower in the background. Here the towers would be so far away that it would kind of be faint in the background. It would just kind of be this looming thing up on the hill. washed up sea monster corpse. Nice. Do you know the story from World War One? Was it World War One? I think it was one, or it might have been World War Two, about a ship that fired a torpedo and it apparently hit a sea creature. There's some beautiful drawings of it. I don't know, you know, that might not be appropriate to Loch Ness, but it's interesting nonetheless. Let's see. It's a classic story. Let me see if I can find the drawing. It's called the U-28 creature, according to Cryptid Wiki. Cryptid Wiki kinda sucks, but still, I love the drawing. It was apparently July 30th, 1915. Our U-28 torpedoed the British steamer Iberian, which was carrying a rich cargo. The steamer sank so swiftly that its bow struck up almost vertically into the air. The wreckage remained beneath the water for approximately 25 seconds, at a depth that was clearly impossible to assess, when suddenly there was a violent explosion, which shot pieces of debris, among them a gigantic aquatic animal, out of the water to a height of approximately 80 feet. At that moment I had with me in the conning tower 6 of my officers of the watch. We all drew one of us attention to this wonder of the seas, which was writhing and struggling among the debris. We were unable to identify this creature, but all of us agreed that it resembled an aquatic crocodile, which was about 60 feet long, with 4 limbs resembling large webbed feet, and a long pointed tail and a head which is also tapered to a point. Unfortunately, we were not able to take a photograph, for the animal sank out of sight after 10 or 15 seconds. There it is. Interesting little footnote. I love like strange sightings like those. Like, oh, we just hit a monster with a torpedo and it flew up into the air. Which, I kind of love that. It's kind of wild. Okay, if we just pick this real quick, just to get an idea. Didn't seem to want to pick that left side. So the idea would be, well, ignore the tree and the person and stuff. Just having a tower up here, or a tower way out into the distance. Maybe I could work something like that into From the Depths. Yeah, the From the Depths one was kind of made for you, wasn't it? If you guys haven't been seeing Adam's fantastic Nessie takes on the cursed footage thing, you should definitely give it a look. Got a link to that stuff on Twitter. I love this etching you did. Look at it. Love this. What else do we have? This one here. Really love it. I love how you had to put a disclaimer that this is photoshopped. Did you get a lot of like bullshit on the first one? It seems like maybe it's Nessie believers that are kind of salty about it. This one, I mean, this one's fantastic. It's just like a beautiful picture. It's heavily doctored in a work of fiction. I don't believe you, says one person. Love this. Yeah, I guess. Welcome to my world. Okay, let's pop back in here. Some people trying to call me out. Yeah, it'll happen. Maybe it happens more with Nessie, because some people are very passionate about that. But honestly, just ignore those people and move on. Like, people will get it's art. It takes 2 brain cells. For me, what I try to do is I try to keep the, you know, the fiction, the first tweet, if it's a single tweet of the thread, if it's a whole thread, I try to keep it like all in character. And at the very end, I jump out of character. I always put like 2 slashes to distinguish when I'm like jumping out of character. And I comment something about like, hey, I made this yesterday on stream and here's the recording or something like that. I'll tend to mention something that makes it clear it's art, so people don't get confused. Philosophical spaghetti. Thank you for the follow. I'll tend to do that like more consciously if I know it's something people are gonna quote unquote fall for, you know? When it's something that's clearly like obviously impossible, I don't put that much effort into it. Some people will still believe it, but honestly, like, you gotta cut your losses at some point. And then, of course, since it's very common that this happens to me, I have a disclaimer. Like, the first thing on my Twitter bio is I do Photoshop, and I'm certified false by Snopes, which hopefully lets people know gently that no, it's not real. You don't have to worry. Thank you so much, Spaghetti. Okay, so I'm thinking here, gradient map. Gradient map that goes from this to this. Yeah, I gotta try and adjust this gradient map so it looks like the base image as much as possible. So I'm gonna put them side to side with the gradient map here and the rest of the image there. I'm gonna do my best. Gonna try and find the darkest pixels. Ooh, there we go. A little better. What are you doing right now? We're setting up the scene for the next part of Megalomorpha. It's all going to take place mostly around this tower in Iran, with this community of people that essentially has been brainwashed by one of the Megalomorpha into kind of like they've been tricked into giving their dead people to it, essentially. Okay, that still not 100% there, but it's much closer now. The idea is that you can't see this line as much as possible, you know? Ooh. There we go. Pretty much perfect. Okay, so now we apply this gradient map to the tower, and we can apply it to anything else we add, and it should look pretty much seamless with the rest, like it's the same colors. So I hope, at least. It's kind of hard working with very low contrast images. It can really mess things up. The Ruins of an Ancient Bug Zapper. You wish, that's quite the opposite. That's where they worship the bug. Oh, also, I'm silly, and I did notice that I was just placing the tower and didn't notice that the lighting was completely backwards. It happens. So now I just gotta flip it. It's not a big deal. Yeah, getting the perfect gradient map can be a little bit hard, especially if you're working with something very low contrast like this. But when you get it, you just place it somewhere and boom, it matches the image. Really, really useful. You just gotta like put in the initial time investment and then you're good. Gonna add a little bit of contrast to these edges. Trying to give it a general, kind of like the columns here, a general sense of lighting around it. I'm gonna kind of exaggerate in some ways. Don't worry about this, it's not gonna look like that. I don't want it to look flat either. But you add that at low opacities and see what it works, see what it does. Okay, so we could have this as the background. I kind of want to remove these columns because I don't know. Do they make sense? I don't think they make sense. I mean, to just imply that the area has been in it's very old, constant use for generations. We got these columns to show that. And then let's see, let me open a new file, vertical. I'm gonna drop this in. And I'm wondering if we should leave the edges. I kind of like them. They bring a little bit of kind of physicality to it. And I guess it makes more sense here than, say, here. Because in the close-up photo, we got some more hills and mountains in the background. So, kind of fits with this, right? I think. Here we would be seeing the backside of it. So I think I might make it smaller. Cut it down slightly, just so it matches the height here. It's not, that was not as high. Although I guess you'd be seeing the side view on the back. The other mountains are supposed to be there. Okay, and then here we fix up a couple things. First and foremost, we remove the text because that wouldn't fit culture we're doing. Just kind of fudging it a little, doesn't need to be perfect. As long as it's removed, we'll be good. Also, I haven't saved any of these. I'm gonna call this tower far. You'd worship the bugs, hell yeah. And here is where we find our fly. So big old fly somewhere over here. That's what it looks like. That's what flies look like, right? That's browser here. Okay, so Let's go to iNaturalist. I think we'll just start up there, straight off. We'll look in other places. We can't really find a lot in iNaturalist. Look for blowfly. Let's see. We have blowflies, specific species, but one day someone's gonna hit you with the clothes without saving in a moment where you haven't even named the dock, and I will deserve it. The green bottle one. These ones are cool with the shimmering coat to them. Califoridae or Lucilia. The Califoridae seem to be the Australian ones. Can also be Formia, so it seems like many different genuses. Whatever, those. Hey Hammy. Reminder to save? I just saved, so you're good. 90,000 points away until Photoshop closes. One day. Be back in an hour or so? Okay, Sora, see you later. Yes, we're doing an evil fly. We'll see what we got in terms of photos to use. Not a lot of this species of the black blowfly. Let's check out the green bottle fly. Maybe we can just look for Lucilia in general, since it seems like several of the blowflies are from that genus. Butterflies in general. Oh, subfamily. It seems to include every blowfly. Subfamily of Califoridae. Oh, well, there it is. This is Califoridae or whatever that was. I think I closed it. Flies are evil. They are. Clamped back a large cup of ice water from Starbucks. Ice water from Starbucks. Does Starbucks have like special ice water? Or why go to Starbucks for ice water is my question. Actually did a little coloring today. Nice. It's free from Starbucks, okay. Blowflies. There, we found them. Whoa, look at the larvae. That is very cool. They look dope. Okay, let's see what we find. I think we could do the rubbing hands position. We kind of just do this and then it's very cute. Also, a reminder that we're looking at them. The idea is to find the image. We're seeing them kind of from below, like this helpful diagram that I've done. Trying to decide where to post my colored sketches on the Discord server. Well, in the art channel, of course. Rubs the hands. Corpses. Thankfully, it seems like we won't have a problem finding images of flies. What's up with this one? Is it dead? This one kind of has a skeleton face already. The image is very bad, unfortunately. Imagine him having a pipe that has bubbles blowing out of it. As any good pipe does. Also, hi, Crazy for Cake. Oriental latrine fly. That's a name to give your fly for sure. You get another great picture, but the angle might work. Oh no! Get munched on. The only true foil to megalomorphize an even bigger bug. Oh, look at this cutie. Look at this little cutie. I was expecting you to have like horror features or just be half bug. No, don't worry, this is just my VTuber avatar. I don't show my real form on stream. I don't know if we'll need a close-up of the face, but these ones are amazing. Look at this thing. Look at this fella right here. I'm gonna open that in a new folder. I don't know if I'll need it, but the only way to defeat megalomorphize is a comically large fly swatter. Me saying, if you don't vote for the mantises, the flies win, as the mantis is eating me from the top down. Oh, very cute, Hammy. Cursed footage is trending again? You're kidding. How do we manage to have it trending every... Like, I think it's been 4 days total. That's literally half of the... I would expect it if it were to trend, which I wouldn't have expected anyway. I would have expected that for the first day when most people participate. No. Also, yeah, for context, if you don't know what we're doing, we are working on a 10-day challenge called Cursed Footage. I started up on Twitter and everywhere, every sort of like Instagram too. You can follow the prompt list, which I'm gonna put in chat. You can follow it at your own pace. We started on the 1st, but you can honestly, as long as it inspires someone to make some art, I'm happy with that. So if you want to take it at your own pace, that's cool as well. But yeah, we got a little hashtag to share it, and it went trending a few times. We're consistent. Yeah, people have been really following up on the challenge. Like, I would have expected a lot more drop-off rates, like people trying one day, and there's been that, right? But that's always going to happen, obviously. People just, oh, I'm just going to try this one, and that's it. Like, they don't set out to do the whole thing. They just set out to do 1 or 2, and which is fine as well. But I would have expected a much higher drop-off rate, but people are following up. People are doing the whole thing. I feel like this compared to monthly challenges, since the 10 days is like way more like close ranged and achievable. I feel like people put in their all the 10 days. I think it's more possible than for a whole month. I've done the whole month thing. I've done it once. I don't know if I'll ever be able to do it again. Like, it's honestly quite hard. You're gonna do 2 tonight. Nice. I think the planet is one of my favorites from yours, right behind the one where the teeth are fused together. Well, thank you. The 2 of them were very fun. And I like to to expand on the planet thing as it infects Earth. For people who missed the lore yesterday, what this is hinting at, the second part of the planet, where it starts dropping like falling meat debris, that's actually the planet's way of reproducing. It's we're witnessing this planet having sex, I guess, and it just drops a bunch of quote-unquote seeds into a planet, and they will, like, it just grazes through past the planet. A bunch of matter kind of falls down on it, and those seeds will eventually grow, like expand exponentially, basically, like overtake everything, and eventually the Earth, if Terry here succeeds, the Earth will be another Terry, will be another meat planet. And of course Terry will succeed, because we want them to. Too many days for me, unachievable. Doing it in spirit. Well, I'm glad you're following up though. How would the meat planet taste? Radioactive, probably. It comes from space. Earth was designed to get pollinated by Terry. Hate when a planet nuts on me. That's kind of what happened, I guess. Okay, so we're looking for flies. Right. Meat Wazowski was my entry. And it is perfect. Oh, okay. Okay, this is pretty much perfect. Common European green bottle fly. I guess a bit too European in terms of species, but I don't tend to care that much about like where the species are from regionally, because the megalomorph are supposed to, you know, during their lifetimes, essentially travel the whole world. They go from place to place, so not that interested in doing like local species. Planet pollinates on Earth, ask to live. Like a student taking a gap year. Yeah, you know, their whole life cycle is very like international, I guess. They incubate their eggs in like Arctic waters or Antarctic waters. Warning, this observation contains photos of a dead animal. Oh, yeah, they're probably eating a corpse or something. Yeah, their eggs are like essentially put in like super cold waters, which is why every time you see the larvae, they tend to be around, well, they are in the water because the larvae are aquatic, but they are like pretty cold or deep waters. They eventually, as larvae, as they grow and grow, they eventually make it further north, up into warm waters. They eventually form a pupa that kind of either floats on the water or just like essentially gets stuck somewhere in the coast, and that's how they get to land. So they have a whole like complicated life cycle that in parts keeps them away from humans, which is why we don't know much about them. Because they spend a long part of their life cycle either underwater or very far away from humanity. And then when they become adults, shit happens. So many pictures of flies. That's fantastic. The giant bugs are back. Get the raid. What's kind of hard is finding an image of a fly that's not from above. It's kind of hard to take an image of a fly from below, so... Oh, maggots! Maggots! Old world screwworm fly. I guess this is a famous screwworm. They're plotting something here. They're getting together and they're plotting. I wonder what they're saying. Okay, I think this one might be the best. Common European green bottle fly. Let me open that. Save it as fly.jpg. Let us go here. Okay, let's see. Usually bugs are very hard to kind of cut around because they have a lot of hair and very small legs. Could always have a fly on the side of the wall. I guess so. That is true too. Valdevia, look at this carefully photoshopped horrific and creative ideas of monsters. And so what if we made it into a meme? I love it though, I appreciate it. It means people are liking it and they're engaging with the ideas. Okay, these legs might be an annoying one to cut out, but we'll try. We will do our best. Reminds me of a video game where you're introduced to a character surrounded by flies in this little camp he lives in. No idea. Sounds like a Darkwood thing, but I don't know. Metal Gear Solid 5. Oh, damn. That was quite different from what I expected. Okay, we'll kind of select around these hairs manually. And then we'll do some Photoshop magic. Yeah, Hollow Knight. Love playing Hollow Knight music every time I do Megalomorpha. It's the bug mood. So I'm using this not only for hairs, but to blur the selections around the legs. This little brush here is essentially an algorithm that detects color and includes things with similar color into the selection, and things with different color cuts them out. It's good for hair, mostly. Sometimes to blur out some edges. It'll create some weird artifacts though. It's not perfect for sure. But since this is gonna be pretty blurry at the end of the day, I prefer having a straight, like little, even if it's slightly off, just having a selection that's not super hard and it's just kind of fuzzy all around. That's what we need. Which monster I designed was my favorite? Hard to say, like specific monsters? Maybe Terry the Meat Planet, just because it's just a fun concept. It's not like it hasn't been done before, but I like it. Also, I say that today, but tomorrow I'll say a different one. I'm bad at choosing favorites. Oh, 1 millimeter thing got caught here. Yeah, the soundtrack is great. I love it. And the game is great. Hey, googly eyes! And the thing worked! Favorite cryptid? In terms of, you know, like the formal definition of cryptid, I assume you mean. In terms of cryptids, there you go, googly eye. In terms of cryptids that have been seriously considered, I'm gonna go with the niche one. Again, not necessarily choosing a favorite, just like one cool one that comes to mind right now. It's a Hook Island sea monster. This boy. Look at these photos. It's really cool. It's pretty much proven to be a hoax. Someone to try to make a huge tadpole, but it's honestly like one of the few photos of cryptids where they went up and took a close-up shot of it. Like, look at this. That's cool, right? There's so many photos of it. Anyway, it's a fun little story. Although if you look closely into it and the person who made it, it's pretty doubtful. But I like it in terms of you know, more serious cryptids that have been considered. In terms of just cryptids in the more general sense that internet uses for like any sort of folklore creature, modern folklore creature, I'd probably go with the Fresno Nightcrawlers, because they're cute. Like they're just leggy boys. Thank you for the saver matter. Was that made with towels of cloth or something? I think it's like plastic bags or something tied down, like something with plastic bags tied around it. So that's the guess, of course. We'll probably never know how it was actually made. Now that's going to be a big frog for sure. Yeah, but I like the Hook Island sea monster. It's very good. Also saved. Okay, what I'm going to do is I'm going to take the same grading map as was in the other picture and hope it's not too different from this one. It is going to be quite different though. Yeah. Okay. So let's figure out something for this gradient map. Let's put this here. Now we gotta match these two things, essentially. Ooh, yeah, looks like a skull on this line. Okay. Getting closer to that. And the brighter color is this. It's a very, very, very low contrast image. It looks like a mask or a skull. Okay, gotta figure out the right point for these. I mean, to make this easier, I could just put it on color, which will help things immensely. It's kind of close. The yellows are too yellow here. It's all about finding that perfect point. Yeah, grading maps can be quite annoying like that. But this looks pretty much indistinguishable now. So now we can just add this onto the fly. It'll have the right colors. And now we need the right contrast. So instead of just doing everything with a grading map, we'll do it in 2 steps. Grading map and levels. So what I'll do is put a black and white filter on top of everything. And then I'll go to this area here. And I will select the darkest part of the original image, which should be this. And then the brightest part, which should be the sky here. Right, so very, very low contrast. That's 201 for the brights, 100 for the black. Okay. The other is 201. If this goes well, it should not look very different. Okay. Looks quite similar. The only thing we lose by adding these levels is some detail here. So that tells me it might be a little bit darker like this. That seems pretty much good. In terms of the bright, it can also be a little bit brighter. Okay, good, good, good. Now we add this as well to the fly. Below the gradient map. Now everything we change will be within those limits that we set. We're essentially just setting limits for it. What's with the Fresnos in chat? Okay, let me just check the selection real quick. Just gonna manually edit a little bit of the back here to not make it into sort of blob in the background, in the back of the keep thinking bee in my head. No, it's a fly. See, I'm getting confused because the other part of Megalomorpha that I'm working on concurrently is about a bee. So I keep thinking bee instead of fly. I made a fly Wojak. It may be cursed. Oh my god. Just woke up from a bad nightmare? Oh no. How big should this fellow be here? So if we just put it next to a person fits in here. Would be this big. About as tall as a person if put vertically. Maybe a bit taller. So maybe we can fudge the numbers and make it a little bigger. Because, you know, it's been out there for generations. Like, this Megalomorpha is probably hundreds of years old at the very least. Oh, the tower is empty inside, like on top. So the fly can enter through the top. I could also... Here's another way we could fudge the numbers. Let me try something. What if big? What if large? we go. So if we just make the door a bit smaller, the tower is much bigger, and now the fly is way too big for sure. That's kind of the trade-off. Now this fly is a bit enormous compared to the rest of Megalomorpha. I feel like it could still be a bit big, but not to a ridiculous amount. What's the largest Megalomorpha? Probably the one underwater that's protecting the brood. That's protecting the eggs. It's kind of in my mind, in the lore, that one is kind of one that stays behind instead of you know, changing its form to go on land and continue living out there. It kind of stays behind and takes a kind of a protection of the protects the eggs essentially until they all hatch. It's a more specialized thing. Fly god. Oh, you gotta go crazy for cake. You have a great time zone. Hope I see you on the next one. Imagine the buzzing this thing makes, yeah. Neo Rex and Thorkel a few minutes ago. Thank you guys for the follows. Okay, let's see. That's fun. We can change the size of the door, and that changes everything a little bit. As for the fly, though, let's figure you out with your googly eye. Let's figure you out. I want a human skull somewhere in the design. I feel like at this point, this fly is... Let's put it back down here. Considering the current size of the door, and we can change the size of the door, so that's fine. The human is, say about this tall. There's a human right there. Whoa. That's a regular human. Hi, it says. Anyway. The size of a human skull would be much smaller than compared to the entire face. Much smaller than in Alfredo's case. Stick figure model. See, I'm the best at drawing. Human skull right there. I feel like this one being connected to death, we could pump up that part of the design. Or like several skulls or something like that. Also, since this is going to be a bit more complicated, I'm going to create a group. I'm going to apply the levels and the gradient map on them, which will essentially turn it into the color it needs to be. Would the person merging with the bug die, or they keep their consciousness? That's I guess that's one of the great mysteries. Who knows? You're writing for history that turned into fan fiction? Of what? History fan fiction? Let us get a human skull, I said nonchalantly. Let's see, we're gonna get a good one. Bet Unsplash has some. We need pretty much sideways one. Dark Brotherhood. Nice. In this case, the fly is feasting on the already dead. Yeah. It's basically inserted itself into the funerary rites of this community. I really like this one. It's pointing forward, so I don't know if it'll be too useful, but looking for one that's seen from the side. Hey, there's another one from the side. It's good. A lot of these are models, obviously, but that's fine. At this level of quality, it doesn't really matter that much. Sorry, I don't have any human skulls to spare. Sad. Here's another one that could be usable. Oh, here's a good one. Okay, we got a bunch. I really like this one because it feels really decayed. Still can't get to your Amazon account? Damn. Oh, maybe it's like here. You know what? Let's make this call. Oh, sorry. I completely forgot to change sources. So okay, I cut around this, and I was placing it here. Silly me. Oh, saver matter. Thank you. Yeah, you know what? I will prioritize the design of the fly and just make the skull as big as I'd want it to be. And then we can adjust the size of the door and the fly itself, I guess, to make it adjust to a human skull size. So yeah, we can fudge the numbers. It's fine. Trying to see where I can fit this. So we have the actual antennae here. Are these antennae? I guess so. So of course we could do something like this, but that'd be kind of crazy. I think like a bit too much. It is fun, but I'd kind of prefer the skull and the human parts to be a bit more kind of subtly integrated into the design whenever possible. Pixelated. Thank you for the follow. Is it wearing a human skull or is that just how it looks? That is just how it looks. Not all megalomorpha look like this, mind you. Only some. What if it's upside down? Yeah, I thought about it. I don't know if it could be... if that could work. We could do sort of the same shape, but with it right side up. Cat girl leaky. Thank you for the follow. Considering the little drawing we did before, we're a bit bigger than the human skull should probably be, but I'm kind of fine with that. Okay, they can kind of integrate into the exoskeleton. Let's see, while we're at it, what if we added more skulls? Not this one. Someone did a really strange mask on this photo to remove something that was here. They just kind of painted over it, and it's very strange. But that's fine, that's fine. We can just use whatever we need, which is this top part here. Without the jaw. Does not want to cooperate here. There we go. Okay, let's see. Where could we fit this? Where could we fit this, and would it look good? Two very important questions. I guess the angle of this one is kind of off compared to the other. So I don't know exactly where it could go. Maybe even in the butt. Maybe it's a butt skull. Weird shape under the wing? No idea. No idea what it is. Might be the other wing folded up. Not sure. If you have laundry to do, do it. Did you just realize you had laundry to do, Sean? Is that why you... What came to your mind? Don't know about bot skull. It was worth a try for sure, but not really convinced. Maybe there are skulls scattered throughout. Would that be too gnarly? Ooh, that was not a good selection, Mr. Photoshop. Okay, let's refine that selection. Shift the edge inwards, bit of feather. I don't know, what about something like that? Just a mishmash, assorted mishmash of skulls that it has gathered over the years. Let's try, while we're at it, try the other ones we have. So I'm trying to take only the fronts, not the jaws. So the idea here being that this is a very old megalomorpha, and it's probably fused with like many people over the years, not just the one. Either that, or it's wearing people's bones on itself, which is also a gnarly idea. Either could work. Oh, and let's remove the little circle here. And there we go. Comparing them all to the one in the front so that the skulls are roughly the same sizes. So this one sure has an exoskeleton. Literal. It has the most literal interpretation of exoskeleton, which is a straight up skeleton on the outside. Exoskeleton. Perfect. That's exactly it. Okay, let's find more pictures of skulls. Keep putting them on top, piling them on this horrible little fella. Let's see. Ooh, bunch of them here. That's perfect. Could be perfect, honestly. What else? We got this one. We got a few here. Lots of like ossuaries and stuff. And thank you for the savior matter. Did we use this one? Oh yeah, that's the one in the front. Silly me. There we go. How about... Okay, here's an idea. I do a selection and I take a couple of them at once. We're gonna need to fill out space, you know? And then we can do the same for the others in the back, etc. Let's kind of place them in little groups like that. Let's see, that seems similar. It's quickly turning into a puzzle game where it's all about fitting all these skulls into the same design. So it's like a living ossuary or something like that. I like that concept. Which is the bones of everyone thrown in there for generations have been accumulating on this thing. Hey, there's Venezuela. Thank you so much. Welcome, welcome. Welcome back, Sora. We're doing a living ossuary. Nice. I like this concept. Good night, cat girl. Ossuary? Is it with a U? Then yeah, that thing. This little fellow here has been accumulating many people's bones into itself for generations. Let me do this little chunk here. It's unfinished, but I like it. We can maybe add it behind another one or something. Enjoying bees from the USGS inventory. Nice night for bugs. I'm glad you enjoy that little collection. It's very good. Well, not little collection, it's a huge collection, but... You know, I have a folder for it, nice. I wonder if this one will feel too fake next to the other ones, being more clearly a model, but we'll see. We'll test it on, you never know. Also, don't worry about the camera going all weird. It's Photoshop. Okay. We'll see. Maybe it'll fit, yeah. Oh, we kind of missed a few teeth, but maybe that's good. Maybe that's okay. It's kind of like playing a puzzle game with bones. Little round of Tetris. The biggest problem is hopefully we don't have to remake this a ton of times. Like, we don't have to make a ton of images of this thing. Because each time we do one, we're gonna have to try and match the skulls. I mean, we can also be smart about it. If we have to make two, the other one can be from like the other side. So we can just do a different set of skulls and it'll be fine. Yeah, definitely making it harder for myself with this type of design. We've been live for 2 hours 41. Damn. Okay, you know what? I think I'm gonna take a really quick break to go to the toilet, fill up some water, and we'll be back with some finishing this megalomorph after that. How about that? I have now a cool little command for brakes, so we're gonna test if it works. We'll see. It's an experimental feature. I've been trying out new things today. It's supposed to like put a delay and then put some ads, because I always forget to do that, so that pre-rolls are turned off for the next 30 minutes for people who come in. So it's a bit nicer for people coming in. I know that sucks. So the drip on this fly. Yeah, it's the absolute drip. Wearing an ossuary, or however you call it, on yourself. Don't forget to save. True. Also, we can put the googly back on. Hold on, we should put the googly here. Right there, beautiful. Okay, so let me test the brake command. Let's see if it works. If it doesn't, well, I'll have something to fix for tomorrow. Okay, I'll be right back, guys. Oh, right. Did that work? Oh yeah, the automatic messages and stuff worked. That's nice. I was just testing that out today. It's one of the things I was testing out Streamer Bots, which is kind of a really powerful tool that allows you to automate a bunch of things. So I made a little command where it goes into the break screen automatically, and it sends some messages and stuff. It's cool. Anyway, where were we? Big bugs, yeah. Okay, so adding skulls to this fella here. We gotta cover this part. Maybe we can leave the abdomen out of it. Just, I mean, it might be too much to cover every single thing with skulls. So maybe we just cover the thorax. Thorax? Yeah, that's how you call it, right? Okay, this one feels a bit out of place. I kind of like the idea of these two skulls slightly combining. Like they're just one on top of each other, but that they somehow combine a little. No, it was better like it was before. Playing the skull Tetris here. We go. We'll have to add a bunch of shadows. That'll be a good chunk of work, I think. Lots of shadows. Okay, let's get... I think we ran out of pictures to use. Or did we? No, actually no. We got this one and another one that we still hadn't tried out. Yeah, I kind of like the design of it being covered in skulls. You don't know if it's part of it or if it's just been decorated with them, but it really goes with the death theme of this story. Hold on, I got oh wait, that actually works. Yeah, kind of like collecting them, I guess. Okay, the size, that should be fine, I think. We can put it here and have it be cut off at the leg. put that in a group, do that as a separate layer mask, like so. And then we move that below the other skulls. Here's our beautiful sketch, by the way. So you can see how much of how proficient I am at drawing. Just finished Beyond the Stars? Ooh, what do you make? Schools look flat? Yeah, that's because I haven't done the lighting yet. Worry not. Ooh, let me see. Ooh, Novel. Nice. Owl cat. Full combo. 57 years old, damn. That's if you want those as a pet, you really gotta commit to it. Love it. Extra 77,000 layers? Dollars? I'll need to be a bit more specific there. Oh, for the for the bids. I was thinking of channel points for some reason. Both. Okay. Any other skulls we can add? This one, I really like it. Gonna be a lot of lighting to do in a moment, because yeah, each of these skulls have their own different lighting, so we'll have to fix it up. I'll probably do it all in one go. Trying to see where I can put this. Since it's seen from above, it kind of feels like it would be better on top, you know? Like in any of these layers. But we don't really have space for it there. But that's cool. I like that. We'll have to fix up lighting once again, but that's fine. Okay with that. There we go. We got a big old fellow here. Okay, you know what I might do? Do the gradient map, but remove the levels for now. And kind of work, like go at this from the get-go without all the filters that'll be on top. Do the lighting and then re-add the levels and everything we need. So just make it fit like this for now. Chronic fatigue syndrome made me fall asleep during the stream. I missed so much of the progress. Oh, sleep disorder gang. We out here. The one on the face like a nose. Yeah, initially it was just gonna be that one, but then whoops, all skulls. It happens to the best of us. Okay, these are nearly matched in terms of levels. Trying to just do it more or less, not be super picky with that, since we're gonna have an adjustment layer on top of all of that. It's gonna help out a lot. It's a big old flying ossuary. Or, hold on.
Ossuary.
Ossuary? What?
Ossuary.
Ossuary. Okay. Try ossuary. Hey, Lexi, welcome. Welcome to the bug zone. How was your stream, Lexi? For the raid. Thank you so much. Welcome, folks. We are doing something for a series called Megalomorpha, which is all about big bugs throughout history, always through this historical lens. And well, I can show you. I do the Megalomorpha command in chat. There it is. So it's gonna be my main series for a while, and you can click on that link and just read each story at any pace you want. Each of them is an individual story, and they're kind of, you know, each of them is a little piece of the lore, but the story is not like really connected. Yeah, the one we're doing tonight is a giant fly seen in Iran, in a little lost community, isolated community, little village in Iran. And they've been worshipping this thing for possibly hundreds of years. It's unclear when, like how long. And they've been kind of offering it their dead as a as a kind of burial ritual. It's like kind of like a sky burial, but with a big bug, and the bug keeps like adding the skulls to itself. Real swag there. So I'm trying to fix up the lighting of the whole scene, and it's looking away from the lights. So before we settle in too deep into the lighting, we should figure out if that's what we want, or if we want it to be flipped around and looking at or even, I mean, like even this is a possibility. It's kind of off center, but otherwise we could flip it. I would be out here with the lit up part being the skulls, the skull collection it has, which might be a bit more interesting than lighting up the butt. How much lore is about sacrificing to the bug lords? Yeah, sacrificing different things. Your blood, or sometimes you're dead. Yeah, maybe a bit off center like it was. You're right about that. In terms of the size, now that we figured out how big we want this to be, let's hey, don't break Photoshop. Let me save. I don't know why it kind of got stuck on the thing. Okay, yeah, it broke. Yeah, it's doing the thing where it, yeah. Hold on, just gotta open it again. Cowardly to not spotlight the eyes. Yeah, it's not that it doesn't let me save, it's that it's sometimes the display itself kind of gets locked, even though whatever you're doing still has an effect. It just kind of gets stuck on a specific position. Yeah, it's silly. You just gotta close the document and open it, so it's not a huge time waste. I love when Photoshop does the thing. Just the thing. Okay, I like this positioning better. Now we're going to use the soft light to finalize all the lighting, plus possibly a normal layer as well. I'm still not sure if it should be able to, you know, basically like fuse itself with as many people as it wants, and this is actually part of its body, or if it's just adding it to itself as a sort of collection, or evil little collection. Still unsure about that. Lighting, am I right? Okay, let's try and figure something out here. Let's change these two. Collection of his favorite meals, exactly. Mentos. Good food. You know, it's like when you take a picture of your plate when it looks good, or you go to a fancier place and you're like, you know, you take a few pictures, you send them to your friends, you're like, look at this cool thing I'm eating. And that's exactly it. That's what the bug is doing. Oof, making some of this lighting is gonna be something else. I can tell already. I'm always asking the restaurant staff if I can wear the bones of my meal. Yeah, I love doing that as well. Always fun and cool, and everybody claps when they see you walk out of the restaurant with your bone necklace. Your chicken bone necklace. Thank you for the save your matter. What do you think of bagworm for a megalomorphic candidate? I don't know what the bagworm is. Let me see. Ooh, nice. Type of moth. Oh, those are fun. Yeah, they create little hats for themselves. That's cool. Are the big bugs territorial? Will they fight each other or will they be friends? Are we ever going to see a pair? I've always thought of them as solitary. They're lonely little guys. Nah, they're just kind of spread out and work on their own. They could be potentially territorial, yeah. They could fight. If like right now a new megalomorph arrives on this one's turf, they might. Might have whatever the equivalent of a drunk fist fight is among giant bugs. Hats made of people. You know, that's the type of thinking that the megalomorph are like. I think you'll get along swimmingly. Like a little more of a Fight Club. A crossover nobody was expecting. What is that? That's our new friend. I was gonna say still unnamed, but it does have a name. It's Nasu. It's a demon in Zoroastrian folklore or belief. I'm wondering if I should cut off the legs here. And they're going on the other side of them. Because these legs are very blurry. Maybe that'll be better for the composition. Oh, this skull is completely the wrong lighting. It's gonna be a hard one. See, so I started with a very low contrast thing, and I'm adding the contrast myself manually to hopefully create the lighting I want. It's much easier to add your own lighting to something that has low contrast. And then we'll be able to adjust with the levels layer that we got on top. It's turned off right now. Be able to adjust it so that it stays within the bounds of the exercise. So yeah, we can adjust later. I don't know if I should even just flip this.
And they described people in black and white robes with hoods.
Maybe, yeah. Fits like a puzzle. What does it toggle the camera selection? You see this little selection around my camera? It'll make it disappear or reappear. It is your choice. Ooh. Wrong tool. Okay, this one's gonna be a bit of a hard one here. We need to add a bunch of shadow to the left side. And now even adjust the selection. Does Terry stand for terrestrial? For Terry the Meat Planet? Yeah, I think that's where it comes from. It's been a few months since we came up with it, so I don't recall the exact reason.
The upside down cross, the evil eye, references to Babylon, and the devil's number, 666.
Okay. Slowly getting better. It's gone! I have been deselected. How dare you deselect me? If I'm deselected, I slowly fade out, fade away like Back to the Future. Just start disappearing from my own pictures. Oh, that would be a fun idea for a story. Like a personal, first-person thread where I find out I'm starting to fade out from my own photographs. This feels very wrong. Well, you asked for it. Yeah, I gotta note down the ideas I have sometimes. Random ideas. Then I forget them. I still gotta do the ziggurat thing, the ziggurat thread. But it's been in writing hell for a while, because I feel like I kind of need to change the whole, like the whole subtext of it to something else. So yeah, it's gonna need a bit of rewriting, but at least we got the images, so one day it'll just pop up. Go that down. Gotta head off. Okay, Adam, thank you for coming. It's great to have you here. Can't wait to see what else you do for the cursed footage challenge. Very close to finishing the next one. Hell yeah. Cannot wait. Gonna really fade out the swing. Since it's kind of bright already, kind of blurry. Now we've made this very high contrast for something that was very kind of low contrast. Now we reapply this, and obviously now everything is way too dark, so we gotta adjust. Adjust it so it fits the lighting of the scene, etc. Just the general contrast of things. I think I'd like to do kind of like this photo where you see the whole thing and then it close up. Kind of just a zoom of this picture. But for now, what I want to do is take all of this, group it up, fly all, let's actually call it Nasu, which is the name of the demon. What does toggle cam do? Don't you see? Don't you see? There's no marching ant. Now time for the blur. And this needs its own shadow, before I forget. By the way, just a reminder that the initial sketch was actually much better, but sometimes you gotta move on. See this wing, it's kind of annoying. There we go, that's a bit better. And obviously we need a shadow. Some sort of shadow here. Hold on. I mean, we got pretty strong daylight, so we don't have to do a soft shadow, and it's kind of pointing this very strong, so shadow should be something like this. Yeah, pointing a bit towards the back, so we won't really see much of the shadow. it just kind of falls behind this little wall of the tower, I think. Or if it does, it catches just a little corner of the tower here. Give it a save reminder. Orangutans. Yeah, orangutans are very cool. Never watched that trilogy though. The Devil Monkey Cryptid? Which one is that? They imitate humans in the wild? Oh, have you seen that video of orangutans using soap? Because they saw researchers like wash their hands with soap, and then they started picking up the behavior. Maybe because they like the smell of it. Like I think it was one orangutan that was in some sort of rescue facility, picked up the habit of washing their hands, and then they went back to the wild and taught everyone how to wash their hands, to the point where they leave a bucket with soap out for them, and they from time to time they just go and pick up some soap and wash their hands with it. It's very cute. Imitate folks doing laundry or fishing with sticks. There's an old legend that orangutans can absolutely speak, but they chose not to. Honestly, that's based. They literally said, "Reject society. I want to be monkey," and I don't think anybody can blame them. Oh, the googly eye got lost in the fray while we moved things around. Whoa. There it goes. Beautiful. This one orangutan started sawing wood with a saw she found. She saw the robot want sawing wood faster. She took it as a competition but lost. Oh no. She gets fed up and walks away. That's evil of those researchers. You know, science should have a limit, and that limit should be not upsetting orangutans. Honestly. I like the low contrast look. I think I tend to go high contrast for old photos in general. There's the boy. Where's our boy Nasu? I like it. I honestly like that design. The ossuary? Hold on.
Ossuary.
Ossuary. Sweary? Yeah, whatever. The ossuary. Bug. The bug with the bones on him. That's the one. I wonder if there's anything else from the description that we could add. They describe crooked knees. That's like, how do you include crooked knees into a design? Especially on a bug that already has crooked knees, right? The form of a repelling fly, knees crooked. Ejecting buttocks. Having unlimited phlegm. Should we do that? Unlimited phlegm? Heard it as ossuary? It's kind of like
Ossuary.
ossuary. There's like a little tiny little eye. Ossuary. I don't know. Let's see. Reformer repelling fly. Knees crooked. Oh, we already have repelling fly. And knees crooked, kinda. I don't know if there's anything else we can do in that sense. Projecting buttocks, which I think that's just referring to the abdomen, honestly. And unlimited phlegm, the most sinful, the most polluted evil animal. Oh, and how about as a little detail? Apparently the Nasu, the demon, is exorcised by a dog looking at it. I think it's maybe a specific breed of dog or something like that. But if a dog repulses it, maybe we can kind of include that in the lore as a little detail. Like the people in this town don't have dogs. They kill dogs in that town or something like that. You should have spotlight in the ass. Dog brands. Yeah. What brand is that dog? Four-eyed dogs? The one with yellow spots on top of their eyes? Huh. Which ones are that? What's the name of them? Is it four-eyed dogs? Oh. Yeah, I get what you mean. This type of dog. With like little white spots. Mythology and ritual in numerous cultures. Interesting. Very cool. Yeah, maybe like they hate dogs in that town or something like that. Today's episode is sponsored by poodles. Use code Labrador. Hey Scarshard. We're doing a big bug. And now it's gonna be drooling. Like the absolute disgusting drool. Hold on. Can I look for drool here? I don't think these sites will have lots. I think I can just draw it, honestly. The Alfredo ascended. It's a family member of the Alfredo. Primo Lupe. Mi prima Lupe, no? Prima Lupe. Can you imagine if now I started naming all of the bugs in Megalomorpha by a family title and a Spanish name, even if it's in a completely different part of the world? Just makes sense, okay? Actually, like, people were surprised about the Alfredo, like, having a name. Like a human name. But it's very much not the first one in Megalomorpha to have a name. Like, we can honestly go back and... No, wrong thing. Browser. Go back here. Okay, so this one's the Alfredo. This one here, I don't think it has a name. Thinking about it, it doesn't. The one here is called Myrmex. It's like a cool name they think of it. They think for it for the circus, you know. The one here is called Margot, because maggot. What else? Might be more. I don't think there's any others that have names. But yeah, very much not the first time. Thinking of this one, if I give a name to this one. No, never uses a name for it. Okay, so I'm trying to make it look like it's drooling. So it has not only the literal, the metaphorical drip of being outfitted with the most goth of outfits, but also literal drip. See, this is what I think of when the description says unlimited phlegm. It's just salivating. Ugh, terrible thing. Slobbering it up. Abuelo Marco de Mariposa. I like that. I don't know, what do we think in terms of drool? In terms of slobber? Yeah, I could have some on the tower too, yeah. Well fed and content. Well, that's That's why it looks so happy. Let's see. We got this one with the cow. Not a lot in terms of drool though. I think drawing it is probably the best. Too close to the top of the tower not to touch it. I mean, I kind of figured it was over this area. It can't goes up like this, you know? Ooh. Messed this one up, so I gotta fix it there. Oh, and I guess if this is a shadow of the face, we should also have the drool in the shadow. This is the puddle that has formed. Running down the tower. It just splashes down all over the place. Maybe eventually just goes down into this. The problem here is I don't want to go super detailed with it, because everything's kind of blurry in this area, so there's not that much space for detail. Oh, thank you for the saver matter. I just put the gradient map on top again. That allows me to edit things and keep them within the bounds of how dark the image can be, etc. It's a bit nicer that way. Light reflections and a lens flare. Of course you would say that. And Instagram filters on top. You monsters. Time for bed. Okay, Chaos. Have a great time zone. Taking that as a compliment because it's a good idea. Technically, you can take anything as a compliment. I won't stop you from that. The monster maker calls these people monsters. Maybe I should start calling you guys monsters? Hopefully no one takes offense to that. It's either that or Valdevians. Only a maker of monsters can truly recognize a monster. So true. I always say that. The monster mash. Okay. Here's the drooly and drippy version. Just the drooly version. I feel like it's a bit small within the canvas. Like we have this, it's just kind of up there, not super large. So I'll probably put this and then a close-up version of just this next to each other, since the image has more than enough quality to do that. We can do a pretty big zoom in. Also, let me check a thing while I'm at it. We have our Nasu here. Creepy little demon. I feel like, okay, if a human had a face this large, this door is too small. So we need to take the door, move it a bit. I feel like this is more reasonable. It's a little bit smaller than the original, but reasonable. Oh god, they're multiplying. Rebrand your website to Valdevian Tart. I get a lawsuit tomorrow. Oh god, oh god. They're multiplying. There. Oh, they're reproducing. Now they're reproducing. We're screwed. There's a million babies. There's a million baby flies. See, this is the real bug lore that everyone else misses. Only you guys watching the stream will get it. The family, the whole gang is here. Too many bugs. It's an infestation. The tower's gonna fall. I was wondering if this was too bright or too dark, sorry, compared to the rest. If I need to brighten it slightly. Okay, but let's do those levels and only apply them in luminosity, hopefully. That did a weird thing. But it is still slightly brighter now. Okay, Nectal. Have a great time zone. Good night. Los moscos y los mosquitos. I guess it would be las mosquitas. Like the little flies. Since mosquito is its own bug. Alfredo, Alonso, Marco, Pablo, and of course Carlos. And Paloma. Whole gang is here. Okay, sometimes a good way of seeing if something fits is putting it on the extremes. So in terms of silhouette, it fits. Go very, very bright. It's still a bit dark, but I don't think it like feels too dark compared to the rest of the image, you know? So I think we're good. I think we reached that equilibrium. So I hope at least. But now, seeing the dark version, I kind of want to try reducing the exposure. More of a silhouette. Different vibes for sure. What do you guys think? Looks like a steampunk airship. What, the whole thing? Or the bug? It's weird because to me it feels like it was me who added some shadow here. But no, that wasn't the original photo. It wasn't me. I don't know. I guess I'll have to choose depending on the rest of the images too. Like it might be a bit early to choose. We'll have to see the vibe of the whole thing, you know? Just like I did for the Alfredo, where I made one image, then I made the rest, and then I just did the first one to match. Used to learn Photoshop and create steampunk collage. Nice. Kinda looks mechanical. I guess it's the metallic look in the abdomen. I'll just darken it a bit for now. Keep it like this. And I think we just need a signature. And we're done with this for now. Big asterisk on that because probably come back to it a few times before this is actually posted, before this sees the world. Except for you guys. Machine in Spanish, máquina. Places for the signature above the door. Feels like there used to be some text there that disappeared. Yeah, and we have some areas around that we could use. Like we can do this. And this. Okay, so we got these two. Gonna make a third one. De nada, Hammy. Ooh, I'll probably have to make it clearer. Never know how to address people who have an artist handle, because it feels weird to refer to you as Valdevia and Vald. A lot of people use Val. Completely okay with that. It's also like not a like made up word or anything. It's like my surname is Valdés, so that's just a contraction of my surname. Like it's valdés-hevia, but since it's very long, ended up getting shortened a long time ago. It's getting there, slowly. Like, gotta draw all the shapes, you know? Señor Valdevia, artista de las criaturas peligrosas. Love that. I'm from Spain. And yeah, it's late. I know. My sleep schedule is all over the place. I am an envoy from the Night Owls. Okay, there it is. There's a signature. Cannot ignore that many of these creations of yours are a direct threat to lives. Sometimes they're more insidious threats. They're not gonna kill you, you know? Señor Don Artista. Whoa, that's a lot. Yo acá hablando inglés. Yeah, but we speak English except for the odd time where for some reason we say a few things in Spanish, but we speak English in this stream to keep it accessible to everybody. But if anyone just prefers to speak Spanish or even French, I'll probably reply in English, but I can perfectly understand it. This call kind of got crushed. It doesn't really exist anymore. That's fine. Okay, I think we've done all we have to do for this one. We also have the tower from far away, which is going to be kind of a more of a setup thing. It's not a main image at all. Just a little setup before we get to the main plate, main event, which is the bug. We're gonna add the same smart filters though, just to keep them similar, keep the same level of grain all over the place, etc. This is gonna need to be blurred, especially the edges. There we go. These go well together, so I hope. It's technically a different tower. I figured it's far away enough that it doesn't really matter that much. Okay, and these are going to be JPEGs. Nice. We got 2 images for not the next part, but the following one of Megalomorpha. If you didn't see the stream from the other day, you can get up the VOD for the other Megalomorpha thing I did the other day. That was on... when was that? On Thursday. I've been losing... hard to keep track of days when I stream every day. They blend together. I don't think I could handle streaming every day for a long period of time, especially with the sleep schedule thing. Like, I think last time I did something like this in Remember, it didn't catch me like in such an unstable like cycle of my sleep schedule, so it was a bit easier. I feel like lasting the whole month. Right now it's kind of like, yeah, it's I'm in that weird phase in my sleep cycle where one day I'm sleeping 14 hours, the next day I'm sleeping 3, which is what happened today. Which is why I may look tired. I'm fine, but it is how it is. Have a nice day as well. Thank you for coming. Let me put a little fly here looking at me. Now the fly is the streamer. My true form revealed. Hope we can eventually sleep well. I hope so too, but we'll see. We'll see, I guess. Yeah, that has been the 8th prompt out of 10 called Ritual. And it's called Ritual because it's all about burial rituals. And yeah, only 2 left, y'all. 2 left. Good night, Aqua. We have, what's the next one tomorrow? We have, tomorrow is religious/biblical. I have a couple ideas for what to do. I think we'll kind of decide on the moment, on the spot. And then for the last one, we got Apocalypse, which is for the Fractal series. So we're gonna do kind of like today, where we work on that series for the day. We don't really prepare a post for the day after, unless we get 3 images done in a day, which would be unlikely. So yeah, we prepare at least 1 image out of 3 for the next part of Fractal, and I think I got a base image. It's like people fighting in the streets, you know, kind of civil unrest, that kind of stuff. That's what we're going to be doing the day after tomorrow, and then I'm gonna rest for a bit. depending on yeah, that's gonna be on Tuesday. We might do a Friday stream that week, depending on how I'm feeling, if I've rested up and stuff. Otherwise, we'll skip directly to the following week. And we got a commission for Ocean Man, who also did the commission for the Flying Space Ghost a while ago. Do you remember? Ocean Man, he commissioned us to do a kind of like Terry the Meat Planet, but with bones. So a bone planet. Left it up to me like how to interpret it. But yeah, already picked up the commission, knowing that it might take a little while. But yeah, in a couple weeks or so, I might do that among other stuff. I might open after I'm done, like after I come back to streaming, like couple weeks from now. Might open commissions again, just a few, like 3 or 4 for the rest of the month. And yeah, that should keep us covered for the month, I think. On the 11th day, we're doing 10 more images in one stream. Can you imagine? Bone Planet, yeah, that'll be fun. That'll be fun. We'll have to figure out like how to present it. If it's a literal skeleton of a planet, or if it's a planet made of bones. There's many ways we could interpret it. What did you miss, Sean? The ending. But yeah, that's what we're going to be working on over the next few days. So look out tomorrow for the biblical okay, so the 2 ideas I have is either doing a cherubim, which is a type of biblical angel, like just going through the biblical descriptions of it and using that. It has like 4 faces and 6 wings. It's pretty cool. That's one. And the other idea is to mix a kind of biblically accurate angel thing with medical horror, and have a person with a third eye that opens on their forehead and kind of in absolute shock. And that's kind of the side effect of seeing an angel, I guess. Got a picture of a knee bone and put it in space. There we go. Bone Planet. Or just a skull, just a giant floating skull, and there we go. Sargus, thank you for the follow. But yeah, we are gonna leave it at that for today, y'all. It's been, after sleeping 3 hours, it's been a 4-hour stream, so I think we've done a decent time, and I'm quite happy with what we did there. So y'all, thank you very much. It's been a real pleasure as always. You guys have a great time zone, and I'll see you tomorrow.